Okay, it says we're officially live, but catch up, all the things. But anyways, salutations, y'all. Happy full moon readathon. If you're participating, if you're not, that is fine. If you're here for vibes, you're here for the vibes, and I appreciate it. We need the people who are here for vibes as well. It's okay. But
Absolutely.
anyways, hello. I am joined. Wait, which way am I looking? Right, joined right here with Heather from Here Booktubes. I never remember which way to look.
Okay, I just literally move around until I find it.
Right. So, Heather, if you want to introduce yourself and your channel, you can, and what you'll be reading,
Sure,
if you're reading.
that's the plan. Hi, I'm Heather from Here Booktubes, and I am a romance booktuber primarily. But today I'm actually going to focus on a reread, which is A Love Most Fatal by Kath Richards. This is my favorite romance of 2024, and it is a mafia rom-com where she is the mob boss and he is a math teacher, her nephew's math teacher, and it is adorable. And the book for the sister comes out at the beginning of September, and I have an arc, and I really want to read it for the readathon. So I need to quickly finish getting through this again.
I'm here for a reread. I'm here for it.
I love a good reread. Sometimes I read like every single page, like I'm reading a book for the first time. And sometimes, especially because I am a romance reader, I will just read like all my favorite interactions of the couple and skip a lot of the setup and the plot, which is kind of what I'm doing in this one. But it's honestly so good. I keep getting like sucked in a little bit. And I'm like, I don't have time for this. I need to turn some pages.
Love it.
So I was hoping to have that done before Wednesday, but that's not where we are.
It's fine. It is what it is.
When are you going to start reading?
Let's see. Well, I want to continue reading on some arcs that I've already started. That's the
Okay.
idea. Because, like, again, if any of y'all have watched my TBR video, throw that stuff in the trash, okay? Whatever it was, don't even remember it. In fact, if you even watched it, that's fine. Don't. I'm not even going to read those books anyways. I'm just going to let y'all right now. Right now.
It was
I'm going to
delusional.
be reading some arcs instead. I do have one of the arcs in my Kobo, which now, oops, I forgot. I now have a Kobo now.
Stunning.
Yep, got a nice little Kobo. It's the Kobo Clara color. So
Nice.
I mean, I don't know if I'll be reading any graphic novels or anything digitally, but like, I just like the look of the color,
Right.
and the color was available, so I went with that. And
Yeah.
I do have an arc of Sweet Heat by Bolu Babalola. It's I'm gonna say it's a sequel. I think the book was initially marketed as a standalone companion to Honey and Spice, but I'm gonna say it's a sequel because it follows directly. Well, I won't say directly, like right after Honey and Spice, but like it's like 8 years after Honey and Spice, so it's not directly, I guess. But like we're following the exact same characters. It's still in Kiki's perspective. In my mind, that's a sequel. You know,
100%. Yes.
that's a sequel. So if you see it anywhere that Sweet Heat is like a standalone companion child, it's a sequel. Okay. And now,
Right.
granted, I have already started reading it. I think like a quarter of the way through. Do you need to read Honey and Spice to understand what's going on in Sweet Heat? I'm gonna say no. It does give you enough background, backstory, a little bit on what's going on here. However, I do think reading Honey and Spice will give you a lot more emotional investment in the story, of course, since we're
Yeah.
following the same characters. And this is a second chance romance since the main couple and Honey and Spice broke up in between the books. So I think it
Okay. Hate
helps.
that.
Yeah. Look, when I saw this, first of all, I've been waiting for another novel by Bolu Babalola since Honey and Spice, and the fact that it was gonna be a second chance romance where my favorite couple in Honey and Spice broke up, I like, wait, how you gonna do this to
That is
me?
diabolical.
Like, Heather, you're the avid romance reader here. Like, how often does that happen?
Never. I would be so angry. I won't even lie to you. I would be like, this author ruined everything. I hate that. Even when I read a romance that I'm like, these guys are not gonna make it. Like, unbelievable. You can communicate to save your life. You broke up over nothing. you know, like, I'm like, you guys aren't making it long term. Even then, I'd be like, what do you mean they broke up in between books 1 and 2? What do you mean? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No. So that's the pain that I'm kind of going through on my Kobo. So I'm like, you know what? This is a lot. And also, mind you, Sweet Heat is nearly 500 pages, which in my mind, why is it this long?
Yeah.
I don't get it. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna put that down. So I'm
Was
gonna go
Sweet
on the
Heat young
iPad.
adult or adult?
It's adult, just
Or
like Honey
oh,
and
that's the
Spice.
one. Yeah, okay, so the first one, they were already adults.
Yeah, they were
So
like
it's not like they
20.
were together at 17, broke up, or came back together at 25.
Oh no, Honey and Spice, they were like college sophomores, so like 20, 21 ish, like that early 20s, and then you're in your late 20s
I mean,
kind of thing.
I get it, but I still wouldn't wanna read. I barely like second chance romances as it is, because I'm like, y'all could have been happy for 2 decades already if you had just communicated. So I'm,
Child.
like, already not the target audience, to be honest, but it's fine. It's fine. Happy for you.
I don't know. As far as like now this year, I have been reading romance way more often. Like
Mhm.
I've been reading at least one romance book a month. So I noticed it, and I was like, interesting. So I think Sweet Heat will be my romance for the month, anyways. So I'm just like, okay, I gotta know because I gotta know like what happened for them to break up and how they're gonna get back together again. I need
Right,
to know the things.
right. I love the, like, slow transition into romance reader that I'm, like, dragging people on. I'm like, come on over." First it was Ray, and now it's you, where it was, like, no romance at all, and then it's like, "Well, actually, maybe a little here, a little there," and then before you know it, it's, like, the thing you're predominantly reading.
It
I'm a
does start
prophet.
small. Yeah, so I think that's what I might be reading, but I think for the sprints, I'll go on my iPad to read A Mouthful of Dust by Nevo. It's the sixth novella in the Singing Hill cycle.
Okay,
So I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna go with the novella. I at least I can trust myself that I can at least promise, like, hey, look at that. I finished reading one thing for this readathon. I am proud of
for sure.
myself. I can dust myself off. If I don't finish anything else, I at least finish one thing.
Right, exactly. Um, I forget, do you like The Mummy?
I don't think I've ever watched it. And if I
Yes.
did, I was either too young to remember and then never finished it.
Alright, so that's assignment number 1. And then after you've read or not read, watched and loved The Mummy and have fallen in love with everything about it, like the rest of us, then, I know it's free on Kobo Plus, but you automatically get Kobo Plus with a Kobo or no?
That's a good question. I don't think I do. I don't
Okay,
think
I have no
so.
idea because I don't have a Kobo and I don't have Kobo Plus, but I know, Empire of Shadows by Jacqueline Benson is available on Kobo Plus, and I think the sequel is too, and it is by far the best Like the Mummy book I've ever read. And it's like historical romance, adventure, treasure hunter, you know, and the banter is like excellent. So anybody with a Kobo, I'm like trying to talk into reading it because the ebook is like a lot.
Mm,
So I feel like getting Kobo readers on my side is the way to go.
I mean, might as well, right?
That's my plan. But you seriously need to watch The Mummy this fall. It's the perfect fall movie. I don't
Hmm.
know why, because it's in Egypt in the desert, but it's the perfect fall movie.
Hmm. I'll put it in my watch list. I can like see if my library has like a DVD or something.
Yeah, yeah.
It's old enough. They'll have it. Hello, Leslie. Currently listening to Buffalo Hunter Hunter on audio. Yes. Yes, to the Buffalo Hunter Hunter. I did read that in July, which my July wrap up is finally coming out. It took me so long to edit it, but I got it. I didn't read as much, but that doesn't mean I couldn't find ways to yap, y'all. Just gonna let y'all know about that. But yes, I loved the Buffalo Hunter Hunter. It's really, really good. Hello, Nat. Not sure what we're reading. Still in a slump. Make that. Wait, Heather, you're still in a slump too, right?
I just got out of a slump when Taylor Swift announced a new album, and I'm fearful.
That's interesting. Wow. And the reading slump Taylor Swift released a new album.
I'm like, actually, I just got back into reading. I need to continue my reading momentum. So, kind of rude timing on her part. She did not consult me.
Well, I'm glad that you're out of your reading slump because I mean you were in reading slump for since when? What was it again? Like March?
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
March was probably the beginning, and I feel like I'd already like dipped in and out of reading slumps like all winter. But it's been rough. It's been rough out here. I was finally doing really, really good. So we'll see. Y'all will find out in the readathon vlog, I guess, how it went. I'm hoping good though.
I think so. You announcing Autumn Equinox? Oh, right, for the magical readathon. Yes, the announcement is today. Probably still going on live. I think the video went live around 1. So, yeah,
Nice.
makes sense. But yep, excited for the readathon. Am I going to participate? That's the idea. Am I going to have a TBR video? Probably. Am I going to read everything on the TBR? Well, y'all see my TBR videos. Have I actually read all the books in those TBR videos? No, we're just here for the content. We're here for the vibes. That's the whole point. Special guest indeed.
It's me.
Hello, Mel. Welcome. Hello, Heather. Rereads are so fun. Yes.
I'm a huge rereader.
Hello, Cool Gamer. Yes. What TBR? I never stick to them. Right. That's just suggestions, or I like to say mood reading hopefuls. I hope to read them. That doesn't mean I'm actually gonna read them. Think about putting the Kobo on my Christmas list this year. Nice. Yeah, one thing I will say, like, since the Kobo Clara color is smaller than like the Kindle Paperwhite, so I am more used to a bigger display screen. But I will say, I like the fact it does fit into my pocket. Like if you have a deep pocket, like a big pocket, it fits there. Then the Paperwhite is just a little too wide.
Yeah.
To fit. Love a second chance romance when the breakup happened because life took them in different directions and life brings them back again. Yeah. I think that's
that. I don't mind that. I think it's just when it's like something they really should have stuck it out and worked out together if they were going to be together, that I'm like, I don't know. Kind of feels like the first hard thing that comes your way, you're going to break up again. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's I like it when there's reasons. There was reasons why it wouldn't work out before, and there's reasons why this is worth giving a shot now.
All right. And based on what I have been reading so far, Sweet Heat, it does feel like there was a couple of reasons why they probably broken up, especially with like, I think maybe career-wise, it might be for career reasons, but that's just my guess. I don't really know yet, but don't worry. Whenever I get to when I finish it, y'all will know. I think I'll finish it.
Do that though, where I read a book and they were happy, and then I read the next book and JK. I can't do that.
Especially when like when I forgot, when did Honey and Spice even come out? Like, wasn't it 2022 or was it 2020? I never remember.
No.
Okay, it was in 2022. So it's like 3 years in between, like publishing wise, between Honey and Spice and then now Sweet Heat. You're gonna give me when they broke up and we gotta come back together again?
Right.
I'm gonna put them in my review. Like, why are you gonna bamboozle us like this? Gonna bamboozle us, giving us the same, relatively the same story back to back.
Very sketchy.
Very. Second chance romance, but the reason for the pickup initially has right. If the reason is something done like miscommunication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have many thoughts. Too many for this.
Should watch the movie too. Never seen it either.
It's a cult classic for a reason. Party Peoples. It is so good. And also, everybody is hot. It's just like, there's a reason why the bisexual awakening the mummy is so prominent in people's this was my bisexual awakening. Also, the sequel's really good too, which I feel like is not very common.
Well, we
Three
do have another mummy fan as well. So all right, y'all. I'm already
absolutely.
looking at my library website to see if they even have it. I will be surprised if they don't, but
I hope they do for you.
Boy, okay, I'm seeing different. Wait, hold up. Is this the one? Why is it saying 2017? Is it the movie from 2017? Trying to
No,
see if I can find the right cover. Why am I getting like confused?
this is not 2017.
Okay, right. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. It can't be that soon.
That's like 1999 or something like that.
Okay. I've seen a lot of titles regarding the mummy. I'm going to research to make sure I find the right one. I'll maybe look at Letterbox. Letterbox
Yeah,
will help me out.
1999.
Okay. Okay. Well, I was to look into that more, I guess, during the sprint because my library has too many DVDs. We'll have to figure it out. Okay, where am I going? Okay, cool. All right. We should start our first sprint. How long should our first sprint be?
It doesn't matter. I probably need to get off at 4, so maybe we could squeeze 2 in there.
Yeah, we could do like 45-minute sprints. So let's see. 2 It is 1:45. We'll make it like 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern. Yeah.
I'm sending you different covers of the mummy so you can hopefully find the right one.
Yeah, I need to find it because I'm like, my library just wants to show we got all the things. And like, can we have the one thing? I thought it was
Right.
just the one. I didn't know there was
Yeah.
maybe like adaptations.
I'm just like, surely everybody knows what you mean. Like which one you mean.
Right.
And it's not 2017. Incorrect.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good to know at least. Okay. Right. Cool. Let's see. Share screen. Better find the. Okay. Yes. Please allow to share the screen. Okay. This window. All right. Is it this one? Let's see. Get in the flow. Lo-fi looks solid enough. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Whoops. Forgot the. There you go. All right. Coolio, y'all. So it's going to be a little bit more closer to 40-minute sprint, but see you all around 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern. Happy reading, productivity, all the things. See y'all later. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the first sprint. Please let us know in the chat how far you've gone in your reading. If you're working on something, if you just joined us, please say hi in the chat. Let us know if you're reading. If you're not reading, that's fine. Just let us know that you're here to vibe. You know, we just want to know all the things. Some of us are just a little curious, okay? Okay. How's the sprint for you, Heather?
Good. I read basically the entire time, and I am on page 172 of my reread, and it's a 340-page book, so I'm over halfway.
All right, let's go. Let's see. I went with the Kobo, so I did continue reading Sweet Heat by Bolu Babalola. Here is Honey and Spice for point of reference. I just brought it here because I was like, look, if I'm gonna be reading this, I want to be looking at this book, be like, man, how it used to be back in the days. Let me reminisce. Let's see, how far am I in this thing? Yeah, I'm officially a quarter of the way through. Okay, coolio.
You're making progress.
Making progress. All right. But yeah, I just got to the point in the story where, because like right now in Sweet Heat, Kiki's best friend is getting married, and Malachi is the best man to the groom. So, and also Kiki is the bride, is the maid of honor. So they both have to like kind of like work together for this wedding to happen, basically. So it's that kind of a situation for how they're gonna meet up again. And yeah, they just seen each other after like a couple years apart. So it's heated. It's definitely heated there.
I love that for you.
Yeah. Because I'm like, yeah, I'm heated too, because what the heck happened from here to here? I'm heated too. But for different reasons.
Has it explained anything yet, or do you have to wait to find out?
I gotten some glimpses of it. It does seem like some sort of something going on emotionally between the two, that they started to drift apart. I guess the simplest way that I've known so far, that they drifted apart. But I need to know how we got to the drifting apart stage, because it doesn't just happen. So
For sure.
Curious, just waiting. I gotta be patient. It's a nearly 500 page romance, so I have plenty of time to simmer.
For sure. Perhaps too much time, some might say.
Yeah. I don't know, but it reads a little fast, a little bit, because of the writing style. It does remind me of like Honey and Spice, so I'm getting through it somewhat quickly.
Good.
Oh yeah, missed this quote from Mel. I don't know necessarily how this is supposed to go. So Heather, do you know how this is supposed to go?
Yeah. It's, hey Benny, looks like you're on the wrong side of the river. And he's like yelling across the river because he's like taunting him. And he's like, well, you're literally on the wrong side. You can taunt me all day, but I'm still ahead of you. It's so good.
And as you said, many iconic lines.
You need to watch The Mummy. You need to.
I will. I'll at least give it a watch, just to try. Might as well. Hello, Kay Simmons. Welcome, welcome. Yes, reminding to hydrate, feed, check laundry, med, stretch, all the things. Thank you, Kay Simmons, for that. Thank you for the reminder, because I also need to remind myself to also hydrate, because I always forget. Hello, Julie. Just got here from watching Magical Readathon Autumn Equinox announcement, of course. I'm going to be building my TBR for that. Then reading Silver Under Nightfall by Rin Chipeko, if the boys let me. Well, that's twins for you. That's twins, but cool. I hope you were enjoying Silver Under Nightfall. I really enjoyed it when I read it. I read the duology. It's pretty good duology. So if you really like the first book, I do recommend moving on to the second one.
Always good.
Hey, Jen! Jen, the queen, the creator of this readathon, has arrived. Thank you, Jen, for bestowing upon your presence. Just ended her sprints for Patreon and reading Black Flame. Is that the one by, who's that one person called? I already don't even remember. Hold up. Let me look on Starograph, because I'm like, Black Flame. I feel like I know what that cover looks like. Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong spot. Hold up. Nope, I'm in the right spot. Okay. Black Flame. Is it this book? I feel like, hold up, let me see if I can share the screen. Because I'm quite certain that it's, if I can spell. Okay, is it this book? By Gretchen Felker Martin? I think this is the newest release by them. That should be the one.
Yeah, she just commented that.
Okay.
You're right.
All right. Are you enjoying it? Is it good? Very curious. Got distracted by videos of people making dice. I feel a new hobby incoming. Making dice, huh?
With like resin. My husband wants to do that so bad. And I'm like, bestie, we both know you're gonna buy all the stuff and do it one time.
Oh no.
So no. So I've been making him to be disappointed for like a solid 2 years on his dice journey.
2 years? I thought it was like a reasonable, like within the year.
No. He's so sure he'd love it. I'm like, sure.
I mean, I don't know. I think when it comes with like making dice, I'm just like, what do you want to do? You just like have your different colorways, I guess, and different sides, I guess.
Well, I don't know. He has quite the collection going, I can tell you that. But I just live here.
Right. And also, who wants to have all that equipment and all the dice and the dice that didn't go well? Who wants all that?
I don't think so. But to each their own, unless you're married to me, in which case I say no.
Right, exactly. We gotta say hi to Jan. I still need to read Honey and Spice. I just know I'll love it. I think you will enjoy reading Honey and Spice, Jan. Granted though, I don't know how you are with like pop culture references. I don't know. Is it unpopular? I don't want to say like unpopular opinion because really, how can I know what the actual general consensus is on anything, especially regarding pop culture references in books? But I do appreciate pop culture references. Sure, it might, date a book, but also it keeps in mind of like the time of which the book was written, which sometimes you forget when the book was actually written versus unless the book actually tells you straight up like when this book is actually set. But so I don't know how you feel about pop culture references because there is a lot of it in Honey and Spice. So to each their own on that part. But as far as the romance itself, I say it's a really good one, and I think you will enjoy it if you give it a try.
I also don't mind pop culture references. I think it's one of those things where the people who dislike it are the ones that mention it. So sometimes it sounds like, it's really unpopular. But I think usually if you like it, you're just kind of like it doesn't even really stand out to you. So you don't bother to mention it.
That does make sense. Yeah. Especially when it comes with pop culture references, I don't even realize it's even a reference to something that's part of pop culture because I'm like, I don't know what this thing you're talking about. Like, if it's a mention of Friends or Gossip Girl, Gilmore Girls, I don't watch those pieces of media. I don't get the reference.
Yeah, there's a lot of references I don't get either, and that doesn't really bother me. As long as it's not like literally every other sentence. I can read a couple sentences where I don't really get it, but I move right along,
Right. As long as it doesn't impede my understanding of what's going on in the story, I'm really fine.
Right.
Which I will say for Honey and Spice, you don't need to fully understand the reference. It's you get it. It doesn't hinder too much. Still trying to decide what I want to read. Can decide if I continue or pick up something new. As fellow mood readers, we know the feeling.
You gotta just pick something up and then set it back down if it's not right. You gotta keep picking something up till it works. Otherwise, you're not reading anything.
Basically. So dinner prepped. Yeah, it is around that time. Christina, right for K. Simmons. Hitting chapter 2, Buffalo Hunter. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts so far on the Buffalo Hunter? Heather, do you read much horror?
I read no horror at all. I read one T. Kingfisher, The House with Good Bones, because I like
Ooh.
T. Kingfisher. And I was like, maybe I could dabble. When I tell you that was like the most mild horror, right? I don't know if any of you all have read it. I was so creeped out. I was struggling to be in my house. I was like, oh my God, they're going to get me.
Oh no.
So yeah, I'm no horror at all whatsoever. I don't enjoy the feeling of being afraid or creeped out. I just feel stressed. So I want all of you read it, but it's not going to be for me. I've never watched a horror film or anything either. Like it's not for me. And that's okay.
That is definitely okay. Because with the Buffalo Hunter, it gets creepy, it gets gory, it gets bloody, it gets murdery, it gets
Right.
everything. So, like,
Well, I know that's Stephen Graham Jones, right?
yeah,
Yeah, I know like their books are so praised and I'm happy for everyone enjoying them, but I will never be the one picking it up.
that's fair. Definitely not meant for everyone. Even for avid horror readers, some don't like his books. Some like some don't like the others.
Right.
It's a mixed bag with his works, but I want to try. With the Buffalo Hunter, I'm like, yeah, I think his writing style could really work for me. So I'm gonna try. What's the other one I want to try? I think The Only Good Indians. That's
Mm-hmm.
also another horror. I'm just not sure if I'm interested in reading any of his thrillers. So like the I Was a Teenage Slasher and the Indian Lake trilogy. I'm curious about the Indian Lake trilogy, but I'm not into slasher films and stuff. So I don't know how I feel about going with reading those books, but I think The Only Good Indians might be my next Steve Graham Jones book. I want to start a chunky book, even though I really shouldn't. I mean, is it shouldn't or should?
You can always do one. As long as look, a 500-page book that you're enjoying is better than a 100-page meh. It's the 500-page meh to bad. That's the problem.
Ooh, nah,
The
man.
long books are fun.
I mean, yeah, if you want to read a chunky book, go with the chunky book. I don't see a reason why you shouldn't read the chunky book.
Yeah.
Oh, I am. It's driving me nuts, but in a good way. Okay, okay. So you are enjoying Silver Under Nightfall, right? And yes, got Gretchen Felker Martin, 70 pages in, has a lot of fingernail horror, which gets me every time. Mm. Yeah, not for me. I don't want to do nothing about the nails. Mm-mm. I'm glad you're enjoying it, but it's a cursed film situation. Huh. Kind of like is it like Silver Nitrate? I think you've read Silver Nitrate, Jan, by Sylvia Moreno Garcia. Something like that. Is it like kind of that situation, but like, not quite fingernail horror? I don't think Silver Nitrate is fingernail horror. I didn't have to like a quarter of the way through, so I don't even know.
Classic.
Not a damn clue. The video I was just watching, they were making dice with monarch butterflies and dried flowers. Of course, the butterflies, that makes sense now, but butterflies in a die? How did they do that? See, now you're gonna make me ask
Not
questions.
real or just like a wing or something. I'm not sure. I want to know though.
I think dried flowers could be definitely be real, but the amount of butterflies is what's tripping me up here. Like, how big is the dice? I know what the size of a monarch butterfly. They're like this big, give or take.
They said it's mini paper butterflies.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's making
Oh
sense.
yeah, yeah. Stephen Graham Jones is not for me. Yeah, I know it's for Kayla from Books at Lala. She loves Stephen Graham
Yeah.
Jones.
Yeah, he's one of her favorites.
Watch my views. Sounds like this make me so happy. Yeah.
I feel like your horror is, I don't know. Obviously, it's very prevalent, but I never feel like it's all that you're reading. And truthfully, even if it was, I like your personality and your content. So, you're one of those creators that's like, whether the book is what I'm interested in or not, I still like the video, so it works.
Right?
One of the elite, one of the few.
That's very true. I like to watch creators mostly for their personalities. It doesn't matter even what they're reading, even if I don't quite read the same thing as the creator reads. Like, I mean, I like to read horror, but I don't read as much horror. I'm not like an avid horror reader, but
Yeah.
when I do, I like to see creators who do read a lot more horror so I can get some horror recs to see, is this worth a try? Maybe not this one.
If you dabble, it's really helpful to watch someone who is well read throughout the genre, and when you hear like your buzzwords or your specific setups, it's like, oh, okay, that's the one I'm picking up.
Mm-hmm. So true, Heather. Yep.
Like, listen, I'm a big believer in read the long book and lower the reading goal if necessary. I'd rather be reading a book I like for 5 days straight than, read a bunch and not like them. Which I do read a lot. I'm not against high numbers at all whatsoever. I'm not one of those quality over quantity, because they're I'm so sorry, but they literally have nothing to do with each other at all. Like, you can read 40 books a month and love 38 of them. You can read 4 books and they're like, I don't know, not getting above a 3-star. I mean, you make the choices that are good for you as a reader. I don't care. Just don't don't come to my channel and complain about how much I read and then decide you're actually better than me because you read quality. Okay, I'm happy for you.
Right. At this point, just keep it moving, Keep it
Right.
moving.
We don't have to read the same. I don't care either way. As long as I'm enjoying my reading. That's literally all I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. And that's all I also wish for any reader, honestly, that they enjoy the books that they read and they're also learning something new. Even if they don't quite like love it, that they still learn something from like reading the book. Maybe something they realize, oh, I don't like this one thing, or I don't like this particular writing style, or maybe this genre is not quite for me. You get something out of it.
Yes. I'm just like, you don't want to feel like you wasted your time. I think that's it. And only you can decide if you feel that way.
Exactly. I have not read it. People keep telling me though. Right. Of course. But that's all right though. No rush to read the things. I haven't read any horror books, but I've watched a few horror films. I actually haven't watched much horror. I want to though. Like I really want to watch Jordan Peele's novels, movies. So
I would if I could.
yeah.
It's like, I was so deep. I know this isn't the same thing, but I was so deep into the Sinners stuff on social media. Like, everybody's discussions, everybody's spoilers. I was watching all the clips. I was like, this is amazing. Do I think I could actually watch the film? Not really. I fear I would never sleep again.
Honestly, it's very disturbing. Like I actually got a chance to watch it last month with my family. We didn't see it in theaters, but we did borrow the DVD from our library. Props to our library for getting the DVD, because we were to watch it at a comfort of our home, and it is really good. But yeah, it is deeply unsettling.
Yeah. I'm like so deep into the discourse. Meantime, I know nothing. I'm just following along.
Honestly, I actually been avoiding anything regarding people actually talking about the film, because I was like, no, I need to watch the film first. Because like when it came out, I was seeing people talk about it everywhere. I was like, nope. If you talk about it, I'm gonna scroll away, tap away, not look at the video, because I don't want to be spoiled on nothing. I don't want to know nothing what anyone thought about it, except the fact that they really enjoyed it, and that's all I needed so that I could watch it.
Yeah, now you're gonna have to search it and tell the algorithm that now you are interested and want to see everyone's thoughts and all the edits and everything.
Yeah, I'll do that though after I rewatch it though because I need to rewatch it. It was just really good, and I really want to rewatch it so that because I also want to compare it to the Buffalo Hunter Hunter since like it was
Mhm.
one of those book to movie comparisons. Like if
Mhm.
you've watched Sinners, read this, or if you read
Right.
the Buffalo Hunter Hunter, watch Sinners, and I'm like I need to like I want to compare and contrast between the two, but I need to rewatch the movie.
Yeah. Sounds good. Sounds like fun.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that make paper butterflies. Yes. Love done here. Too early in the book to leave an impression, but excited to be scared. Oh.
Happy for you.
Saying hi. I remember telling someone I read 130 books plus books last year, and they were like, "Are you even processing what you read?" Like, no, I'm here for the vibes and skips in Savannah. I'm not reading a book report.
Oh my god. I'm just like, reading comprehension is a thing, which means you have reading comprehension. You're comprehending what you're reading.
Mm-hmm.
And also the thing I've ranted at this so many times. The thing that I wish people understood about the different paces of readers is the large majority of people are reading at whatever their natural reading pace is, right? Whatever they're comfortable with. It's not that you are purposely seeing how fast you can get through a page because you're trying to hit 200 bucks a year. People who hit 200 bucks a year don't really try. That's how
Right.
many books they read, right? Whether that's because of their pace, strictly because of their pace, or because of their pace and the types of books that they read. Some books are more easily consumable than others, right? It doesn't matter, but they're not trying. They're not speed reading every day of their life. I promise you they're not. Who wants to spend this much time speed reading to hit a number that you could have lied about in the first place? Like, I don't care. I'm not doing all that. Ugh, I cannot deal with people. I literally hate this discourse, and I'm just like, look, whatever whatever you're enjoying, like I'm sure there are people that lie about how many books they read, but I don't care. That's your problem. That's not my problem, you know? And ultimately, who is spending all this time faking reading and lying for booktube fame? I don't understand.
Right.
Like,
Like book content is not the niche
there
that you want to
are
grow
other
into to be famous. That's not that
right,
wrong niche.
right. You realize you can just lip sync on TikTok, right? Like, you don't have to do all this, truly. So, I just figure most people who are here want to be here, and one has to assume it's because they enjoy reading, and then however many books they read doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I do not care if it's 5 a year or 500. I don't care. I'm happy for you.
Right. Like, doesn't the average American read like a book a year, or is it like two books? I don't remember how many
Yeah, it's
books
like
the
less
average
than
is.
10.
Yeah, most people, like the average American, really does not read as much. So if you're reading like a few books a month, you're literally reading way more than the average American. Even if you just end up reading a book a month, so that's like what 12 books in the year, you're doing great.
Yeah.
Okay, even if you just read two books, let's just say the entire year, two books. It took you 6 months to read each book. You're still reading more than the average American. You're still a
Yeah,
reader.
for sure. You're a reader if you say you're a reader. If you haven't read a book in 10 years, but you're like, "No, I'm a reader," like I was a reader growing up, okay, I believe you.
Yeah.
I don't care what your qualifications are. I'm happy for you. I'm a reader too.
Mm-hmm. Gotta preach.
And if you read way more than me, I'm also very happy for you.
Makes sense. Yeah. Placed a hole for Sinners in my library and it's ready to pick up. Nice. Looking forward to checking it out, but I might have to watch during the day and evening.
Yeah. No, I was reading a romantic suspense and it had like a creepy stalker. And I was like, literally, thank God I sleep with my husband. Because if I was trying to sleep like in a room by myself, I wouldn't be able to do it. And it was not. It was purely romantic suspense. There was a lot of romance in there. It was not supposed to be that creepy, I don't think. I was like, I'm so glad there is a body next to me.
Oh, jeez. Do you read a lot of romantic suspense, or is that just every once in a while?
Yeah, I do. I used to read more. I read like a lot, and now I read a little. Um, but yeah, I've read a lot. It's one of those things where law enforcement is really predominant in the genre, you know? So sometimes it's like, do I want to read about a cop? Not really. And then sometimes I'm like, I don't care. I don't care this time. So and they're all, yeah, it's like very law enforcement heavy. It's very ex-military heavy. You know, that's what a lot of the main characters or love interests are going to be. So it can lean a little into like, not comfy here.
Yeah.
Worried about hate crimes. So it depends. But like the actual, you know, romantic suspense balance, I really enjoy. So sometimes I'm able to find ones I really like, and sometimes I have to DNF or ignore issues that are going on. It just depends. So yeah, it's you know, it's kind of like small town romance. You have plenty of diverse ones. You have plenty of very progressive ones, and then there's also ones where I'm like, yeah, yeah. So it depends, but I like that because I don't read thrillers. That is also too creepy for me. So romantic suspense, it kind of depends on. I prefer it to be more focused on the romance than the suspense, honestly. But in romantic suspense, usually someone gets shot. Main character usually gets kidnapped at least once. That type of level I'm okay with. There's this one I read, I kid you not, the main character got kidnapped like every chapter. Like every chapter. I was like, oh, we're back to
Dang.
Nancy Drew levels of getting kidnapped.
Oh gosh.
I swear she was kidnapped in like chapter 3 of every book. It was like, oh, here we go. The formula has been uh activated.
Oh gosh. I don't think I've ever read a romantic suspense, but I think I've read a thriller that featured a romantic subplot. I think I didn't really enjoy. What was that one book? I think it was When No One Is Watching by Alyssa Cole. Yeah.
Mhm.
Alyssa Cole's known for like a romance author, but she
Mhm.
does have a couple like mystery thriller. I think they're mostly
Yeah.
just suspense kind of novels.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've yet to I don't know. I'm still exploring romance as like the large genre that it is, and now I'm reading more of it. I'm like, okay, what are some subgenres within romance that I could dabble into? So far, romantic suspense, I'm like, based on the concept of it all, I don't know if I want
For
to
sure.
dabble into it.
Um, have you read any Christina C. Jones?
Actually, I have not. I have seen like you and definitely like Ray from Bookmark
Right.
Chronicles. For who does not know, read a lot of CCJ. So I'm
Right.
like, maybe I could. I'm curious.
Some of her books are definitely romantic suspense, I would say. Um, her she has such a large backlist, and they really vary in tone and subgenre and stuff like that. So she definitely has some that would fall under there.
Hmm. As for someone who has never read anything by her, which book should I start with?
Oh, I definitely think if you like rom-com at all, that you should start with I Think I Might Love You, which is The Love Sisters number 1. It's hilarious. It's a really, really funny novella. And that whole trilogy is good. The first book is a walking disaster main character. The second book is a accidental pregnancy And the third one is this sister that doesn't want any kids, doesn't ever want marriage, and kind of has a non-traditional HEA. And I really liked that too.
Hmm. Very curious. I think I might want you. Yeah, that sounds interesting. And they're novellas? Yeah,
They're
I definitely
easy
want to check
to
this
get
out.
through. And I was cackling. I was laughing out loud. They're really funny. And Christina C. Jones is very funny. And those were like specifically written to be rom-coms. And that's like kind of a difficult thing to find in books. Usually rom-coms just means the main character is annoying you because it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean you fell on your face again? What do you mean we're lying about everything? What do you mean? Why are we lying about everything? What if we did not turn this into a disaster and just had a normal conversation? What if we tried that? Like usually I'm not laughing. I'm annoyed. And this is actually very funny.
All right, good to know. Yeah, because humor, when it comes to like a rom com, I'm like, oof, the comedy part can be real hit or miss.
It made bad. Yeah, I really like those. That's what I actually started with. Those were my first CCJs. And they were very good.
All right. Thanks for the rec. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out for sure. Definitely like in the next couple of months. As far as some romance I need to read, I'll look for that. Yeah.
Um, I was gonna say she has a good Thanksgiving romance too, but I think that one might be pretty high steam. I forget because it's an interconnected series with other authors, and I forget which one hers even was, but I like fall romances. So
Yeah, wasn't a fan of When No One Is Watching either. There was so much potential, but it fell flat. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So let's see. I think we have time for an hour-long sprint before you have to go. So we have time to like, chat and things.
well, I actually have to go way before that because I have to go
Oh.
for my time.
Oh, I forgot. Right.
Well, listen,
So
that was my bad anyways, because when you're talking to people in other time zones, you should mention that.
yeah, I keep forgetting. Yeah.
No, that was my bad, not yours.
All right. So let's see. Therefore, okay. Well, we'll still probably do an hour-long sprint, but you'll just be gone by the middle
Yeah,
of it.
yeah.
Okay.
There's
So
a small chance I might still need to be here, or I might still be here. We are leaving the house, but if it gets canceled because of thunderstorms, we're not. And I have my fingers crossed for thunderstorms, as one does. But I don't think it's been canceled yet, so I might have to leave.
well, if you're comfortable sharing, where are you and the family going?
My sons have started football, so they are having a scrimmage tonight. Their first scrimmage, actually.
Ooh.
So I believe leaving the house like every day, and I'm not built out for this life, let me tell you.
You sound like my mom. Whenever, like, with any of my siblings, we just have something to go, especially this summer. Like, my sibling job, someone got to do a band camp, my mom was like, why I gotta go places? I already have my own job. Why I gotta go other places?
Right. Listen, I love my kids, absolutely. I am very happy to try and talk people out of having children. Very happy to do so. Like, let me tell you, if you have the slightest inkling that maybe is not your heart's greatest desire, stick with that. Stick with that thought. Having kids is not easy by any means.
Nope.
0 out of 10. Would not recommend. Unless, like I said, you're like so focused on wanting children that you're like, no, this is my life's purpose. Happy for you. More power to you.
Mm-hmm. Dang though, American football. All right.
Yeah, yeah. We're a big Bengals family, which is painful in and of itself.
Yep, I've been watching some NFL, and yeah, I can see for a Bengal fan, it's rough.
Listen, my husband's favorite color was orange, and he grew up in Steelers country, and he was like, I don't know much, but I know I'm not going to be a Steelers fan. So when he was 8, he was like, that orange team right there, that's my team. And they haven't won a single season in like his lifetime. So that's great. That's exciting.
Well, actually, didn't they go to the Super Bowl and like against some of the Rams that won a couple of Super Bowls ago?
They did make it to the Super Bowl. Yeah, they did not win.
No,
They didn't win. It was
no.
devastating.
Yeah, they have yet to even come back to even like championship and playoffs since.
Yeah. So at least one of my sons fully believes they're going to be the first round draft pick for the Cincinnati Bengals. Again, tonight will be their first scrimmage.
Yep.
Elementary school football. So well on our way. We're basically there, you know.
Pretty much.
But yeah, so my life's been taken over by that dream, so that's very exciting for me.
Well, we'll see how weather goes and permits, but we can start our next sprint. It'll be another hour. Well, this is gonna be less than an hour, but still, you know. So 3:30 Central, 4:30 Eastern.
Indeed.
Alrighty, coolio. So happy reading, productivity, all the things. We shall reconvene at nearly an hour. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the second sprint. Let me know in the chat how far you've gone in your reading, if you read, if you're working on something. Let me know that. If you just came in, say hi in the chat. I do not bite. I did have a co-host with me while sprinting, but she had to go. She had to go do things with her family. So thank you, Heather, for joining us. Your presence on the channel was very much appreciated. So yeah, y'all let me know in the chat what y'all did. These sprints, are they're titled the Full Moon Readathon reading sprints, but like you don't have to participate in the readathon to participate in these sprints. Just to let people know. So I was reading on my Kobo for a little bit so that I could be reading Sweet Heat by Bolu Babalola, the sequel to Honey and Spice. I just finished the chapter, and the next chapter was going to be really long, and I was not in the mood to read a really long chapter. So I decided to move on to the iPad and read a different arc for A Mouthful of Dust by Nevo. It's the 6th novella in the Singing Hills cycle. So yeah, we're going through that. I'm trying to finish this chapter. Yeah, I think this is what I'm going to be focusing on for like the remainder of these sprints because I really want to finish reading something today. And I know for sure I can do that with like A Mouthful of Dust. Sweet Heat is going to take me a month to read. It's a really long book and these chapters are long, so I'm going to hold off on that one for a bit. Catch comments. Hello, Steph. How is everyone? So far good. Just sad that Heather had to leave, but it's fine. Yep, have a good day. Heather got therapy, but if you're still on when I'm done, I'll be back. Okay. Hello, amazing. Welcome. If you're reading, please let us know if you are reading. This is right. Yeah, we were just sprinting, so we just had music. I just muted myself. So that you don't hear what I'm doing and all the things or get distracted with the music and stuff. But that's really how the sprints go. It's like the Pomodoro method. You try to focus on whatever you're doing for a select amount of time. I just had some music in the background besides like a timer so that that like we're just here to vibe and chill until we have to reconvene. So yeah, that's pretty much how this works for anyone who just came here and doesn't know anything about reading sprints. Mel started reading Better, a memoir about wanting to die by Ariana Rebolini. 38% into it, and it's very interesting. A memoir about wanting to die. That sounds very bleak, but you said it's interesting, so that's good. Let me just find. There it is. Okay, found it. It just came out this year? April. Interesting. A gutsy, riveting memoir that intimately explores suicide, its legacy and families, and the cyclical crooked path of recovery. Wow, that does sound like a heavy read. But I'm glad you think it's very interesting, so that's good. But yeah, that sounds very dark, but I'm glad you find it interesting so far. We're saying hi. We're saying goodbye to Heather. Saying hi. All the things. Even all the love. Editing a vlog during that spring. Nice. I'm making a lot more progress on editing the vlog. Because I remember for your sprints, that was... I think it was yesterday. I'm already forgetting what anything has done in any day now. Good Lord. But I was also editing a video yesterday. And now here you are. They do these sprints and you're editing a video. Let's go. In a vlog. I'm actually kind of curious to know what kind of vlog you're editing. I don't know. I'm a little bit curious, but maybe, maybe don't say anything so that, it's a surprise, but whatever. Leaving in a feud to a book tour. Oh yeah, that's right. For Lucky Day by Chuck Tingle, right? Which I know that you really loved. I was trying to watch you and your partner's book review video, but then you were about to get into spoilers, so I had to click out of the video. Because I still need to read Lucky Day. I do have an ALC from Macmillan Audio. So I really do want to read Lucky Day. I've never read anything from Chuck Tingle, but I really want to read it. Still have the audiobook for it, so I don't know when I'll get to it though. That's the problem. I have no idea, but I really want to read it. Oh, Angeline just took a shower. Currently in the last stretch of your book, you have about 50 pages left. Let's go. Wait, Angeline, did you say what book you were reading? I don't recall. I don't know if you shared what book you were reading. Unless I missed it. Maybe I missed it, but if you said what book you were reading, please remind me because I generally do not remember. Or maybe you didn't share. I don't know, but I am curious actually to know what book you're about to finish. So exciting, right? You finished making your TBR for Magical Readathon, hoping to get some reading done during this next sprint, but we'll see. Yeah, another thing I was also working on during the sprints was actually figuring out my TBR for the autumn equinox. And oh my gosh, my TBR is so difficult. I didn't realize how difficult it is to do the calling that I chose to do. Because like in the spring, it was pretty easy. I just read 3 books, and I just managed to just mood read my way through it, and I'm very grateful for that. However, the autumn equinox version is definitely the hardest semester of this readathon, and I'm just like, why? Because like, for my calling, which is tome binder, one of the classes I had to take is inscription, and for one of the levels, I think I had to get like qualified in inscription. Well, up to a qualified inscription, and for qualified, it's archiving, and you have to read a book that has a vertical spine title. Do you know how hard it is to find books with a vertical spine title? I had to look in my own personal library to even see how many books I own had vertical titles, and I only own like a select few, like such a small handful. Like Martyr by Kaveh Akbar, that book has a vertical title on its spine. It's the most prevalent one I own, and I'm just like, how am I supposed to find that with other books? And if I don't already own it and I haven't read it already, then I'm like, how am I supposed to like fulfill that prompt, you know? And it's so difficult. Oh my gosh, I was looking like trying to search up like, man, is there any books that I'm put on hold in my library that could fulfill that? But I don't even know. I don't really think so, which is really, really disheartening. Like, why? Why? By the time I get any book on like September, I don't think they'll fulfill the promise. So I'm gonna have to use a scroll. So yeah, that's what I'm deciding, is to use a scroll for that one, because I cannot be stressing out in a readathon. I just can't, okay? I like to participate in readathons for the vibes, not to be stressed out. That's not why I do these things, you know? I'm here for the vibe. That's all. So, yeah. That's my struggle with the Magical Readathon TBR right now, but it's going, but I also forgot that I have to wait until like pretty close to September to even know what the guild book club pick is. I don't even know if I'm even going to read it, but I do want to at least consider it. But we shall see. Yeah, that does sound pretty heavy. Yeah, the spreads were yesterday. Okay, so I'm not like imagining it. I just can't remember time anymore. Okay, it's heavy, but the correlations the author makes in regards to suicide definitely have my interests. One thing I found really interesting was the fact of feeling imposter syndrome even when contemplating suicide. Huh. Imposter syndrome, huh? Definitely not something I would think about when regarding like, you know, unaliving oneself, you know? But like, huh. But I never really thought of it like that, like correlating imposter syndrome with suicide. That is, yeah, it's kind of interesting. But yeah, it's still a heavy read though. But yeah, okay, I can see that could be interesting. Well, keep letting us know what you think about it as you continue reading. Chuck Tingle. Did you read Bury Your Gaze? No, I have not. I have not read anything by Chuck Tingle. I have not read Camp Damascus, Bury Your Gaze, Lucky Day yet. Actually, all of those novels yet. I know that they're all horror, but I also know he has like those ridiculous erotic romance works that he has as well. I have not even read those. I have not read a single thing by this person. But I'm always curious when someone says, "Oh, I read this and this and that by Chuck Tingle." Like, I'm curious. I want to check it out, especially the horror. So I want to start with Lucky Day because that seems the most interesting to me right now, and I have easy access to it right now. So yeah, hopefully I'll read Bury Your Gaze though. It does sound interesting and up my alley. Hope you like it. I think I will. Such a weird thing to feel when you're literally planning on taking your own life, but it definitely is a thing, especially if it's an unsuccessful attempt. Like contemplating if the method you chose really counts. So bizarre and sad. That is indeed very bizarre, but also extremely sad. Definitely does sound like an interesting read, but like you gotta be in a particular headspace to absorb such a story like this. But that is interesting though. I will say that is interesting. Yeah, autumn is hard. It really is so hard. Oh my gosh. It gives me a headache every time. Didn't mention it yet. Okay, it's 13 Secrets. It's the third book in a middle grade fantasy series. And you're almost done. Let's go. What's your calling? Oh, it's Tome Binder. It's one of the newer callings that G introduced this year. In the spring, I only had to read like 3 things. It was just for like the 3 main classes of inscription, spells and incantations, and art of illusion. And I basically had to do the same thing, but this time I had to read 2 books underneath inscription. So it's 4 books in total, but like my brain, I don't even know. And I'm still in my reading slump, y'all, so I don't even know if I'll even be able to fulfill this calling. That's the thing. I have not a dang clue. And I hope I do. Worst comes to worst, I'll just use a scroll of extension to extend the readathon for myself to October. Because I know Black Owain is definitely going to be even more of a struggle because it's very specific on genre. So that would be a struggle as well. But I still want to participate in Black Owain this year, though. But I don't know. July Noir was, technically speaking, a flop, and so was the Tarot Readathon, which actually I just remembered. I didn't really talk about that in my July wrap up. I didn't actually consider the fact that I participated in those readathons because it was just such a flop for me. Just realizing that in retrospect after I've already filmed, edited, and uploaded the video. Y'all haven't seen it yet, but it will be up during the weekend. But yeah, did not realize how much of a flop July Noir and Tarot Readathon was. Yeah, a bit ambitious. But you know what? We're here. We're in the readathons, and I love to participate season, so keep on moving. I need to read a Chuck Tingle already, like, right? Like, their books sound so interesting. I haven't done that readathon in a long time, but it was fun. Yeah, it is really fun. It's just a lot sometimes, depending on the calling. But I found a calling that at least doesn't require me to read a lot of books, so that's the plus. Oh, whoopsie. I use a scroll of scholarly power so I can read a book for multiple prompts. So I'm reading 4 to 5 books instead of 6. Okay, now I need to check the Guild Emporium, because now I need to know this scroll of scholarly power, because I would love to use that. Because I do like to use scroll of extension, scroll of exchange, or even scroll of closure to count my DNFs, which I might need to use in case. Maybe I should actually use a scroll of replacement instead. But yeah, let me look at this scroll of scholarly power. Oh, but it's a lot of guild representation points, though. I don't want to use that many points. That's the problem with such a scroll. You know what? Maybe I should use that. Maybe, you know what? I think I have to use that scroll. Thank you, Julie, for bringing this to my attention, because I really am in such a reading slump. I just need to make it easy for myself. So if I can just use a couple scrolls to make this easy for myself, I will. I'll probably struggle as far as like in future semesters. But you know what? Currently, we're in the reading slump. Hopefully, in future semester, I will not be in the reading slump, so I can build back the points. But you know what? We'll make it work. We will make it work. Thank you, Julie. Oh, gotta go. Have a good rest of your sprints. Thank you, Steph, for joining us. Don't forget to like the video. Thank you. Bye. All the things. You need to catch up on some of her streams during the readathon. I gained like 150 points watching 2 of them. Yeah, that's another thing too. Is like I tend to just miss the sprints. I do know that every like semester she hosts sprints for the first day of the readathon. Then there's always the all nighter, and I think she has sprints. I'm referring to, for anyone who wants to know, like G from Book Rose hosts sprints. I think the first of the semester, so I think September 1st she'll have sprints. Um, sprints for the all-nighter, which is the weekend, and then I think there'll be sprints to close out the semester. I think. Maybe I'm wrong on closing out, but I do know for sure to open sprints and the all-nighter, and I definitely need to like catch. I need to be on it for these sprints because I need the points. I need the points, but I always forget to be there early enough so I can catch them, and that way I can get these points because I need them. I definitely need them. So I'm gonna need to be on top of like G sprints for this semester so that I can like gain them back. I need the points. I need to because this reading slump is kicking me in the butt. Okay, cool. Alrighty. So let's see. We still have time to do more sprints, so we're gonna keep on sprinting, y'all. We'll sprint for like several hours. Let's see. It's almost to 4 p.m. my time. Should we do another hour-long sprint? Let's do an hour and some change because we're getting closer to 4 p.m. Central. So we should sprint to like 5 p.m. Central. So it's just over an hour. Yes. Which would be 6 p.m. Eastern. For people in the other time zones to get a sense. But yeah, we're going to start our next sprint. This will be over an hour. Yeah. Coolio. Oh, oops, my glasses. Alrighty, y'all. We're gonna start our next sprint. We should be fine, I think. Yeah, we'll be fine with this. Alright, coolio. So happy reading, productivity, all the things, and I'll see you all at 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the third sprint. Please let me know in the chat how far you have gone in reading, productivity, anything. If you just joined us, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. We do not bite. I had to leave a little bit during the sprint because I wanted to have a little bit of dinner. So during the sprint, let me actually get the cover for the book because I was reading it on my iPad. And I've been reading A Mouthful of Dust. I hope y'all can even read that. I hope it's not just reversed on me. Maybe this is in reverse. I don't even know. But here's the cover for the arc I'm reading. It does not come out until October 7th of this year, courtesy of Tor.com. This is the 6th novella in the series. And actually, yeah, let's actually do it this way so y'all can actually see the cover. I'm about a third of the way through the novella. We got a little bit of a story regarding a famine that happened, I think, a couple of decades prior to the story, where the story starts. And we got a little bit of the story, like what happened in that famine, and then now clerk Chi is in the town's magistrate's manor. It does seem like to me a bit of a hostage situation. I don't know about hostage. Maybe that's too extreme. But there's definitely something going on here regarding the situation that's going on here. I don't know where this is going quite yet. I just finished reading chapter 4, and I'm gonna start reading chapter 5. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. So A Mouthful of Dust, I've been reading. Beforehand, I was reading Sweet Heat by Bolu Babalola. Here's the cover for anyone who's curious. This book does not come out until September 2nd. And I've been reading this on my Kobo. So I just want to show you all the cover because I didn't get a chance to actually show you all what the cover even looks like. So yeah, this is the cover. I kind of like it, not going to lie. When you compare it. Now, granted, though, the design of this cover, I'm pretty certain is for like the hardcover. I think the paperback will have a different cover because if you look at like Honey and Spice, the cover on the paperback is actually different than the hardcover. So I wonder if Sweet He's going to have a cover change as well. I'm not sure, but as you could tell, they're not quite the same. There's similar like in the typography a little bit as far as the placement of the title and the author's name. But besides that, the actual design is pretty different. Like the actual style is very different, which made it very intriguing for me to even pick up this book. So yeah, it's to show like a different vibe with Sweet Heat than Honey and Spice. Still need to continue on reading that. I'm only a quarter of the way through. And actually, while I was reading A Mouthful of Dust, I was looking to see if there was any news for like this 7th installment in the Singing Hill cycle. And I did actually find the title, cover, and a release date. So I am going to film like a, anticipated releases of like 2026 kind of a video later on this year when I have more 2026 releases to mention to y'all because I like having like so many releases to talk about, honestly. But I will just show y'all like right now because I was so excited when I saw the cover and the title. I was like, oh my gosh. And I read the synopsis because the synopsis is available too. Oh my gosh, yo, I'm so excited for the 7th installment now, even though I'm still reading the 6th one. Let me show you what the 7th one looks like. This is the 7th one, y'all. This is the 7th one. It's called A Long and Speaking Silence. It does not come out until May 5th of next year, which we all know I'm going to request Tor.com. I'm like, y'all going to like put it up at NetGalley and you're going to approve of me for this an e-arc, right? I mean, maybe I can also request a galley. I don't know. I prefer getting the finished copies. But, like, I gotta say, this Like, look at this cover. Oh my gosh. In fact, the color scheme reminds me of Into the Riverlands. We haven't had such a color scheme like this in such a long while. Like, A Mouthful of Dust is a really nice cover. Don't get me wrong. I love the cover. But the color scheme reminds me of like mammoths at the gates, you know? It gives me that kind of color scheme. This reminds me of Into the Riverlands, which we have not seen in a long while. I love the cover. Like, look at that. Look at this cover. I really hope this cover is not as mirrored to me as it is for y'all, but I really, really, really love this cover. It looks so, so cool. If it's backwards, I'm sorry, but this is the cover and it looks beautiful and I'm glad to show y'all right now. So looking forward to that, but I'm just going to continue on reading A Mouthful of Dust right now. Yeah, about a third of the way through. Look very excited. Let me catch up on the comments. Elena is here. Salutations. Reading The Stand by Stephen King on page 144, which is 18 chapters read and 11% into the book. And they're doing good. Alrighty. Angeline finished their book. Nice. That's awesome. I knew you would. Mel is 66% into better. There's some interesting discussion as to whether it's selfish to demand someone to not unalive themselves if they're actually suffering. And also about going to other countries where they can unalive themselves legally on their own terms. I actually never considered regarding suicide in like other countries and like how I didn't even really realize there's like legality to that. I didn't even realize that. Okay, this memoir is definitely very interesting. Okay, this memoir is actually very interesting. Again, very heavy stuff, but like I do find it kind of interesting, not gonna lie, when like with the author talking this deeply regarding suicide and like everything about like I never would have considered regarding legality regarding suicide. That's not something I would have ever considered thinking about. Now, is it selfish to demand someone to not unalive themselves if they're actually suffering? That is a very difficult question to answer. And I have no idea, not a damn clue. But I will say this is indeed very interesting. And I would like to know more about your thoughts on this one, Mel, because I'm just very curious. Didn't read Honey and Spice, but I saw that everyone definitely liked the hardcover better. Yeah, not gonna lie, I do kind of prefer the hardcover cover to this paperback. Here, let me actually look it up on the iPad for people who have no idea what I'm talking about, because I need to show y'all a point of reference as to what I'm talking about. Okay, there we go. Let me make sure. Okay. Yeah, so this is the cover. This is what the hardcover of Honey and Spice looked like. Not gonna lie, it's a very solid cover. Not gonna lie. I do like that we just get a really close up of Kiki, our female main character here. I like that we just get like a very close headshot of her. Now, granted, though, one thing I do appreciate though with the paperback edition of Honey and Spice is that it shows Kiki and Malachi, but also they're darker skinned. So I will say I do appreciate it that much because if I remember correctly, in the book, her and Malachi are like darker skinned. So the cover here is a little bit more accurate than like this cover is, to be quite honest. But I do like what they were going for here, even though it's not quite as accurate to what the actual characters look like here. Like, this is a more accurate portrayal of what they look like. But, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. All the covers, like seriously, right? Like truly, love, love this fact. And I was a little upset, not gonna lie, when I did not know that anyone was gonna tell me that this book had a title and cover like no, like I didn't even know that this book, like this novella, this installment was already like announced and existed. There was nothing. So maybe someone knew about it like way ahead before it was officially announced. But when I get the time, I'm gonna put on my Instagram and be like, hey, Singing Hill Cycle Number 7, y'all, coming out May 5th. It's right here. Because people gotta know. The people gotta know. And I gotta inform the people. Finish a chapter of Silver Night Nightfall, gotta make the boys dinner now. Sounds like a plan. Gotta do what you gotta do. But you finish a chapter, so that's also good too. All right. So I want to go out of the house for a bit, but my mom has to drop off my baby sister off for some sports practice or something. Probably for volleyball. So my mom gonna do that, and then my mom has to pick up my other sibling from work, and they are making a drink for me because they are a barista. Um, so they're gonna make a free drink for me. So I gotta come over there so I can get my drink. So while I do that, it's gonna take me a while because it's kind of far out from where we live. So that means our next sprint is gonna have to be a long one. It won't be our final one though. I still have energy in me to sprint for longer. So we'll have another sprint. It's just be a much longer one. I'm just trying to figure out what time we'll be home and stuff. But like if we go over, if I'm not home and we go over, it is what it is. I just need to keep that in mind. And also I need to change our music because I will not be here to change it if it all goes out. Ooh, I think I found the right one. Okay. Cool. Coolio. All right. For the next sprint, down for all the sprints, right? Yes. Thank you, Mel. Okay, it's almost quarter after 5 p.m. So if we sprint until I think 6:30? Yeah, 6:30, which would be 7:30 Eastern. So yeah, 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern. By then we should definitely be home. I'll have some time to do some more reading and all the things. Worst comes to worst, we'll just keep sprinting, okay? Like that's just the vibe. If we go over this time, just keep on going, y'all. Okay? Or take your own break. Whatever. Is what it is. But I will have to step out so that I can get my drink and things. So yeah, reconvene at 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern. So happy reading, productivity, and all the things, and talk to you all later. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the 4th sprint. So let me know in the chat how far you've gone in reading, if you're working on something, if you just joined us, say hi in the chat. Thankfully, I came home, with a little, being here a few minutes late, but it's fine. So I didn't get a chance to continue reading A Mouthful of Dust. I went back to my Kobo to read Sweet Heat. Let me actually unlock my iPad right now to show people the cover. Shoot. I need to get a different case. Okay, so this is the book I'm currently reading. Sweet Heat by Bolu Babalola. Comes out September 2nd. I just started reading chapter 5, I think. Yeah, chapter 5. So, still reading that. Kiki and Malachi have their angst and tension regarding, resentment and hurt feelings from the breakup and things, as exes do. But I am kind of curious to see when they'll start to rekindle those romantic feelings, but also maybe heal from the resentment and hurt that they experienced around their breakup. So I don't know. We shall see. Am I enjoying this? I don't know. I'm just trying to see where this is gonna go. How we're gonna get to that happily ever after. That's what I'm trying to read. That's what I'm reading right now. I don't know if I'm really enjoying it, but I don't dislike it. But I'm not absolutely loving it either. They still have their own witty banter and things, so I'm glad that's still there. But yeah, just continue on with the story. Oh yeah, take all the time, be done with the boys and bath by the time you're back, probably. Well, we'll still see. We'll catch up on comments to find out. I'm back, just had my early dinner, and now I'm drinking my strawberry refresher. I hope to get some more points so I can be the winner of this readathon. Are you talking about magical readathon? I'm assuming you're talking about the magical readathon. Because as far as the full readathon, it's not point based. It's just you're just reading prompts to collect characters kind of thing, but mostly vibes. Taking time off on September 1st because Labor Day weekend. Fair enough. Back September 1st. Okay. Hello. Almost ready to put the boys to bed. Then it's reading time for me. Sounds like a plan. Totally here for that. Is everyone reading today? I just showed that I was reading Sweet Heat. Other people were reading other things. Yeah. Okay. Coolio. Let's see. Am I gonna go back now to A Mouthful of Dust? I don't even know. For the next sprint, I don't even know what I want to do. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to get a different screen protector because, full disclosure, this iPad originally belonged to one of my younger siblings. I bought this iPad for them a few years ago, and now I have this iPad. They're gonna save up money to get a different iPad Pro. I did recently purchase though a different case and screen protector. I had to get a different screen protector because this iPad has the screen protector fit for an iPad Air, and I'm not happy about that fact. Because it's showing that the camera is up here, even though really the iPad Pro's camera, at least the version I have, is over here. So that's annoying that the newer iPad Pros have the camera on a different placement. Not happy about that personally, but we're here. It's fine, I guess. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what am I going to do. Oh, okay, I guess that does not have time. Okay. I was just trying to figure out if I should continue reading A Mouthful of Dust. on the iPad, or should I go back to the Kobo? Because the thing with reading on the iPad is that since this is the iPad Pro, it's much bigger. It's not as convenient for me to just like chill and read. I gotta put my arms up. It's just bigger and heavier and stuff. Unlike the Kobo, it's just a small little thing. But also, I'm really interested in reading A Mouthful of Dust right now. So like, that's kind of where I'm feeling like right now, and I don't like that feeling. I just don't. But we're here. It's fine. You just gotta deal with it. It's not the end of the world at all. I'm just trying to figure out what to do with myself. Hello, didn't read that sprint. Was busy making some teriyaki stir fry for dinner. Nice. That sounds delicious. I love some teriyaki. That's delicious. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna read next, but also I need to figure out how long our next sprint's gonna be and how many sprints I have in me. Because it's nearly quarter to 7 p.m. I think I have 2 more sprints in me. Yeah. So this next sprint will be the penultimate sprint, and it will be about an hour. We'll sprint until 7:45 p.m. Central. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Oh, what the? Okay, what in the world? Until 7:45 p.m. Central, which is 8:45 p.m. Eastern. Right? We got more sprints. Yeah, we're gonna have 2 more sprints. So we'll have another 1 hour long sprint. Let's see. Let me look at our music here. Yeah, it will last us the next sprint. Okay, we're good here. Okay, let me show the things. All right, coolio. Alrighty, y'all. We're gonna start our next sprint. Yeah. Happy reading, productivity, all the things, and we shall reconvene in about an hour. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the 5th sprint, I think. Honestly, I don't even really know. I lost count already. Oh well. So yeah, that was the end of the sprint. Y'all let me know in the chat how far you've gone in reading, whatever you're working on, all the things. I was supposed to continue reading A Mouthful of Dust, and then like I got distracted with other things, so I didn't really read that entire. I didn't read that sprint. What else did I do? I think I got distracted by like football things, like American football things. Because like for any of y'all who don't know, right now it is preseason for American football. So like there's the preseason, which is pretty much just rookies, backups who are trying to like make sure they're on the official NFL team roster. So they do that for like they do have like 3 games. So that's what's going on right now before we get to like the regular season starting in September. And you know, postseason, Super Bowl, you know, all the things. So right now I'm actually way more invested in like regarding this whole preseason thing because like Shador Sanders, the son of like, you know, Coach Prime, he has been drafted to the Cleveland Browns and he played in week 1 of the preseason against the Carolina Panthers and he actually did pretty well. I mean, granted, you know, he's made some mistakes for sure. A lot of things to work on. Right now he has a sore muscle pain right now, so he won't be able to play this upcoming Saturday against the Philadelphia Eagles, which I was really looking forward to seeing him play for. Since we're trying to figure out like where he is as far as the quarterback lineup regarding the Cleveland Browns, which they have a lot of quarterbacks right now that are injured, except for their veteran quarterback, who is most likely going to be their starter. But ciao. Honestly, the quarterback room is a mess over there. But I am indeed rooting for Shador, though, to get his reps in, play really well, and maybe even surpass Joe Flacco and instead be the quarterback starter for the regular season. Hopefully. We shall see. Only time will tell. That's just kind of where my mind's at right now. And then I was working a little bit on my regular bullet journal. Speaking of journals, actually, Archer and Olive did launch their fall collection, and y'all, the fall collection is really, really pretty. I love Archer and Olive's fall collection. As far as any seasonal collections of theirs, I love their fall one. The fall is just so pretty. Do I want to show y'all? I feel I'm gonna show y'all. I'm just gonna show y'all because I can, and I kind of will. Let me just do this. Because this looks really cool. Okay, there we go. Okay, so y'all can see my screen. Let me just move on over here. But yeah, they have the fall collection. It's called Forest Findings. It is really, really nice. They have like all these accessories here. They also have a new reading journal. I'm not gonna get the reading journal. Honestly, I don't think I'll buy anything from here, but I just want to show y'all like the collection that they have because I think the collection is really cool. So they do have a pre-printed reading journal in the A5, B5, and square design. Square sizes. I'm you know, I mean, if any of y'all watch any of my reading journal content, y'all know that I make my own reading journal. They have this new heirloom design, which looks really nice. Now, as far as the actual like overall designs, they have the forest foxes, which is really nice. I don't particularly, if I were to purchase any of the notebooks, though, I would not get forest foxes, even though I love the design, I really do. But like, I don't like buckram. That's just not the kind of cover that I really like. I prefer the vegan leather. Vegan leather is definitely my go-to as far as their the material of the covers. Buckram is fine though. Don't get me wrong. I have had a Archer and Olive buckram cover notebook before, but I definitely prefer the vegan leather. The vegan leather is just a little bit more sturdier. But then again, maybe the buckram is still somewhat sturdy. But I do love the Fox's design. It's just really nice, and I do like the stickers that come with it and the washi tape. But I do say I do love the bookshelf design. It does look like I could use something like this for like a reading journal. Not gonna lie. And I have been saying for a while now that I want to go back to use a square notebook again. And this is a contender. The bookshelf design and square is looking really nice. I do like that square looking right there. I like the stickers and the washi tape as well. But I don't know. I'm gonna hold off because honestly, Art Journal is a little bit spendy for me. Field Mouse is really, really cute. I think the color is fine. I wish the embossing has a little bit more metallic look. I don't know if silver with this brown is gonna look nice. The gold, honestly, gold metallic with this cover will look nicer, but I don't know. It's still a nice, cute design. It just doesn't pop out for me as much. Unlike this Forest Impressions, this really pops out because of the silver foiling, but I don't care for all the leaves and plant foliage and stuff like that, generally, but it does look nice. So that's one. And then, oh yeah, the chrysanthemum. Yeah. So some of it is definitely more embossed, and there's this gold foiling a little bit here for the actual chrysanthemum parts, but it is a really nice design, though. It is really, really pretty. And like there's like more, but like this is generally the designs that they have. And definitely my favorite for sure is Bookshelf, with Forest Boxes is like a close second. Chrysanthemum would be like my third. But the reading journal, pre-printed reading journal seems nice for anyone who wants like a reading journal already made for them, with some room for creativity. And it looks like the Forest Finding collage paper book is already sold out. But yeah, that is what's looking right now for that. So yeah, I've been honestly been looking at like notebooks and stuff because I've been trying to keep an eye on any particular notebook designs that I really like so that I can snag them in time for my next year's reading journal. Yeah, so far I'm in the hunt for my next year reading journal because my current run right now is looking a little bit thick now, as you can tell right there. I mean, there's definitely still like a lot of pages left, especially since I am reading much slower. It's just not, there is still a lot of pages left, but it's not going to last me through 2026 unless I have a severe reading slump all the way to, all through 2026 that I'm reading even less than I am now, which I'll be really concerned for, not going to lie. But I would rather have a new notebook for that. So yeah. Where are we? Looks like Alana was trying to search for some movies to watch on Netflix. Do I have any movie recommendations? I don't know. It depends on what's on Netflix. I haven't quite browsed around in a while, so I got no idea there. Finished putting the boys to bed and read another chapter of Silver and Nightfall. Nice. Any initial thoughts so far, Julie, on Silver and Nightfall? I'm not really sure how far you're into it, but hope you really are. I think you are enjoying it, if I remember correctly. I can't remember how far you into it, though. I think you are enjoying it. Yeah. What do you think about, like, I think there's a mystery plot in the story, and, like, there's definitely a lot of horror. What do you think about it so far? And also, there's the poly romance as well. Curious to know all the things, all the tings. Oh, whoops. Wrong thing. 300 pages in? Wow. You're like mostly through the book. You're almost done. I mean, I won't say almost. You probably still have like over 100 pages left to go, but still, you solidly in there. Okay. Enjoying it a lot. Here for it. Cannot wait to hear your final thoughts on Silver and Nightfall, and looking forward to seeing if you're going to read the sequel. Like at this point, like actually, that's a good question. Actually, at this point in the story, are you curious enough to read the sequel? What was it? Court of Wanderers? Yeah, Court of Wanderers. Are you curious enough to check out the sequel? Yeah. Let me figure out my next lo-fi thing. The book is 502 pages, so you have over 200 pages left to go. Ciao. It's a little under 200 at this point. I forgot how long that book was. I forgot it was like 500 pages. I thought it was just over 400. My bad. So long. Saying hi to Elena. 70% into better, and it made me cry. Yep. Yep. As I expected. I expected to make you cry because subject matter sounds real heavy. I am curious about it though, as a memoir, but I don't know when I'll read it. I don't think it'll be this year. It'll probably be sometime next year, preferably when I'm not out of this reading slump, but I am now very curious about this memoir now. I want to check it out. Loving the romance, interested in the mystery, and definitely interested in the sequel. It's chunky. Yeah. Those books are chunky. I literally forgot how chunky those books were. But you're loving the romance, which is good. You're interested in the mystery, and you want to read the sequel. Awesome. Love that. But yes, these books are chunky. I'm sorry. I literally forgot how chunky they are. Okay, let's see. Let's look at the time. It's almost 8 p.m. Central, which means it's almost 9 p.m. Eastern. So today is Wednesday. So then should we then sprint for an hour and then talk and then call that a day? Yeah, that sounds about right. We'll have our final sprint. Sprint until it's supposed to be 8. So then 9 p.m. Central, which would be 10 p.m. Easter. Oops, I cannot spell. I swear I can spell. Sounds good to Julie. Let's do it. All right. Sounds like a plan. Okay, let me get a nice, like, final lo-fi for the night. Ooh, this actually looks like nice. Okay. All right. I think I found a really good lo-fi. Relax your mind. Yeah, this is going to be a nice lo-fi to close out the night. So, final sprint, y'all. Final leg of this race. An hour sprint. I will see you all in an hour. So, happy reading, productivity, all the things. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the final sprint. Please let me know in the chat how far you have gone in the books that you've been reading, or if you're working on something, let me know how far you've gone in doing that. If you just join us, say hi in the chat. But we are trying to wrap up around here. Continued reading A Mouthful of Dust by Nevo. I am over halfway through. I just finished reading chapter 8 onwards to chapter 9 in this novella, and it is definitely getting very, very interesting, which is what I expect for each installment in the Singing Hill cycle. There's definitely a lot more things to. Okay, hold up. Let me just move this over. Okay. There's definitely some newer things that we're finding out regarding this famine that happened at I think a couple of decades before the novella actually starts. So we're getting stories regarding people's experience regarding this famine, and it gets very interesting because I want to really know. We get a general sense, an initial sense, I should say, on how the famine really started, but I want to know. There's definitely something else that's been going on. That I think we're not quite privy to, especially also Claire Chi is not privy to just yet, since we still have a little bit less than halfway through the novella to go. So there's definitely some other stories and some other secrets we are not totally sure about that led to this famine that lasted. Honestly, I don't even know how long the famine even lasted. I don't really recall. But it lasted a while, though. It lasted a while to the point of, well, people eating other people, basically. So, cannibalism. There have been mentions of cannibalism in here. Yeah. Really serious, y'all. Really serious. Yeah. But it's still very, very interesting. I'm very curious to see what else is going to happen in this novella. I think I will keep reading even after these sprints. I'm not totally sure. I don't think I'll finish it tonight. I'll probably finish it sometime tomorrow, but I am actually very, very excited to finish it. And also, I am filming a reading vlog for this readathon. So there will be a vlog regarding all my thoughts on A Mouthful of Dust. So if you want to know what my final thoughts are for this novella, it will be in the vlog. I promise you it'll be there. The question is the vlog going to last the entire readathon? I don't even know, but that's the goal. That's the plan. Oh, and also I was looking at the prompts for this novella, and it actually does fulfill a prompt for what character was it? The Grim Reaper. Hold up. Let me actually see if I can even show y'all. Where is it? Okay. Okay, so here is ow, that hurt. Okay, here's a graphic of the Grim Reaper, as far as this readathon. So I don't know if y'all can really see that, unfortunately, but one of the prompts is a weapon, read a book that's over 400 pages, which Sweet Heat does fit for. Sweet Heat is over 400 pages. And then the next prompt involves death, which makes sense because it's a famine. There were people who died to the famine through starvation, but also, people had to eat other people to survive. So yes, there is definitely death involved in this novella. So it actually does fulfill for the Grim Reaper. I just have to do that one activity prompt, which just says, be dead for a while, which is basically just to take a nap. Which I can see myself doing. I can see myself taking a nap. So actually, I think I might be able to collect a character for this readathon. Look at that, the Grim Reaper. That's assuming, though, I even finish reading Sweet Heat during the readathon. But, one can dream, right? Let's see, does Sweet Heat fit any of the other prompts? Let's see. No. Let's see. No. Well, maybe it could fit for the zombie, one of the zombie prompts, which is a slow burn / pace. I don't know if it's quite a slow burn per se for Sweet Heat. I'm not sure. Probably. So since for how long it is, it's most likely is a slow burn. Oh, it's what we're doing with all those pages. Um, yeah, I don't think there'll be a plot twist because it's a contemporary romance. I don't think it'll fit for the Goblin prompt for Trickster. We'll probably have a plot twist because, like, I know there'll be a third act breakup. Just about every single romance book is a third act breakup. I'm not looking forward to that. That's gonna be very annoying. But I do think it would for sure will just fulfill like a Grim Reaper prompt. So if I do end up collecting any character, I do hope it will be the Grim Reaper. Yeah. We shall see, but I will be making sure though that I'll be continuing on to read Sweet Heat as well. We shall see how that goes on my Kindle, but for sure my main focus though on the iPad is A Mouthful of Dust, and I am looking forward to finishing this. Yeah, and I do have also some other novellas as well from Tor.com that I also would like to read during the readathon. I don't know if they're fulfilling the prompts though, so only time will tell with that one. But those are my general thoughts so far as how this readathon is going. We just started, but I'm seeing myself at least finishing one thing, and then maybe if I finish another thing, like Sweet Heat, and do the activity prompt, we can actually collect a character. We shall see. Let me catch up on the comments real quick. Let's see. Elena just had dinner. That's good. Oh dang, you're in your room, get ready for bed at 8:30 your time, and you have to wake up 4:30 in the morning. I hate waking up. Oh my gosh, that really sucks. I am so sorry, Elena. That really sucks to wake up that early in the morning. No one should be waking up that early in the morning. Mel is 84% into better. Get on and finish it up before I go to bed. Sounds like a plan. So then you can just process all that you just read. Julie's at page 358 in Silver on a Nightfall. This book is crazy. It's so good, right? Like, the book is so wild. So many things have happened. Oh, gosh. Yeah, thank God summer is almost over. Yeah, there's been a lot of like heat waves and stuff going on. It makes things really buggy and humid and sticky and stormy. Oh gosh, this summer I really do hate summer, especially in the state of Minnesota, because we are literally the state of over 10,000 lakes. We're pretty much, I think, we're definitely over 10,000. Where are we at now? I don't know. Are we over 11,000 now? Are we at 12,000? I don't even know how many thousands of lakes we have in the state. But because of that, our humidity is pretty high, and we have a lot of bugs. I literally hate summer here. I hate winter, but I also hate summer. That's why spring and autumn are like the better seasons. Preferably, I prefer autumn when things just cool down than spring because it's so rainy. It can get really rainy to the point we get like a little bit of flooding here as well. But I do prefer autumn because at least there's less bugs. It just gets cooler, and I can actually wear the kind of like clothing I would love to just wear all year round. But you know, Minnesota for you. But yeah, there must be. It really is awful. I hate the humidity here. It gets so sucky, especially in July. It's also pretty bad in August, but I feel like it really peaks in July. But it's also pretty bad in August. It doesn't start cooling off until like September, and it doesn't get to be really cool until like October. Like October is like the perfect time in Minnesota. Like the leaves are hopefully, because I think last fall the leaves didn't quite change until like the second half of October, which was really disappointing because I was really expecting last autumn for the leaves to start changing late September, early October, but for them to start changing mid to late October last year was really disappointing for me because I'm like, dang, we have a really short autumn that actually looks like autumn. They only get like what, 3 weeks of autumn that looks and feels like autumn? Like, what's up with that? So that's why I'm really looking forward to September, because by then things should definitely start cooling off, being a lot more comfortable. although it won't quite feel like fall because I know those leaves are not going to change until October. I just know it. I just hope it happens in early October, though, not till late October. I want autumn to look and feel like it's autumn in Minnesota, but it does not last long. By the time it gets to like November, the leaves have definitely changed, but then it starts to get a little bit more chilly. So, yeah, still sucks, but we're here. It's fine. Anyways, that's it, y'all. That's it for the. I guess basically these are like kickoff sprints for this readathon. I do. This is like unofficial, but in my brain, I really do want to host sprints again next Wednesday for the last day of this readathon. So basically, like, having sprints to open the readathon, sprints to close out the readathon. We shall see. I'm mostly hopeful that that's going to be the case. Y'all would know sooner rather than later as far as like if there'll be sprints next Wednesday. I'm not sure on timing either. But I do look forward though to seeing to seeing how many the prompts I can fulfill during this readathon. Yeah, shorter time, but you know what? It's fine. We're here. We're here for a good time. So yeah, I'll let y'all know if there'll be sprints on the last day of the readathon. I'm gonna shoot for yes because I know myself. I'm gonna need those sprints for sure. Yep. Have a good night. Thank you for sprints. Thank you for joining me, Julie. I hope you all have a good rest of y'all's day, and then hopefully y'all will see me again for more readathon sprints, maybe some impromptu sprints later on the month. Who knows? But for sure, more sprints. And as far as like video content, hopefully some more video content. We shall see. But reading slump is also equating to creation slump, so no promises here. But that is all I have for y'all. I hope y'all have a good rest of your day and night, evening, dusk, dawn, I don't know, whatever your time zone is. And yeah, see you all later. Bye.